Hello, Lois. Damn, that was pretty fast, Nectar. I will give it to you. That's very fast. You are indeed the first. 30 seconds? Damn, you're fast. Fastest hand in the West. It's almost like too fast, you know? It's like leaning on stalker territory a little bit. Watching XQC bot and you popped up. Gotcha. One of the rare times that Twitch's notifications work correctly, I guess. Do you want to wait for their game? We can keep queuing, I don't mind. We can wait for theirs as well if you want. I was originally waiting for their game, but it doesn't matter that much to me. It's up to you. Damn, I guess we'll get nowhere. It's fine. Let's just... I mean, it is 5 minute plus. Wait, let me look at their game here. Do we think their game is ending soon? Because this looks like it could be a long game. I don't know if I want to wait for it. But like their queue is probably the best one going, so it probably would be ideal to be in that one. Or the most fun anyway. Fuck you, hit 7 minutes, we'll wait then, sure. We can reset the queue as well, and if it goes back to 5 minutes again, we can just wait for them as well. Because usually the after 5 minute queue is terrible. Because then it just goes, well, we'll just give you whatever. That's generally not good. But I think if they haven't finished the game in the next 5 minutes, I think it's probably not going to end anytime soon. Wait, what is the golden idol? They drop more gold. I don't know about that. Let's grab that one. Have to leave in 10 minutes and you're expected to finish coffee, dress up, and chill. Chill sing 3 songs. You can speedrun them, right? Can you just put them at a little bit of a faster pace? Put them like at 1.5? Sing them faster? Honestly, the more I think about it, the more it just sounds like a skill issue. Need to focus on lowering the notes. Yeah, you might be in trouble then. Might just give up. Oh, whoops. Missed a bit too much. Oh, I'm being put in ADC, eh? I am in fact queuing mid with solo 5th. Yeah, that's crazy how I still ended up playing ADC. I mean, this ADC is my 3rd. But whatever. I mean, ADC is fine, I just have to pick something where I don't rely on my support. That's okay. I'll just pick like Uller or something. Should be easy enough. Or just Hu Yi. Maybe I actually haven't played Hu Yi in a while. Thanatos. Okay. Man, I wanted to play Rama actually, but I don't think I can do that if my support isn't good. Let's just do Hu Yi. Oh, come on. Stop giving me fights. Shit. I mean, I'm glad I picked Hu Yi. But I also do have a non-CC immune in my kit into their team comp, which is really not great. They have so much shit. Alright, enjoy Nectura. Have a nice day. This ain't good. I gotta kill at least one of them. Or I take too much damage. She'll be back in like 4 hours if she's still around. I might still be around there. Probably. Knowing how long I've been streaming lately. I probably am. Brother, that's a lot of damage. I think I just tried to block the most of it. Okay. Had to go beats, unfortunately. I don't think I want to do Loonibo. But maybe I do. I'm running stun after all. I guess either way I'm starting with a dagger. Toa, stop. Instant cast on that. Do I was have instant cast on that one? Oh. Or have we?
Minions have spawned.
Nice job.
Interesting.
I am amazed.
You are delightful.
I don't actually think that I do. Good thing I remembered the spot. Fuck. I gotta put my one back on normal cast. I gotta see the bounces. Dude, why did it change my instant cast abilities to normal cast, but my... and then my normal cast to instant casts? Like, what's happening here?
Take this jungle buff.
Let's block him a little bit.
Be careful, right. Enemies behind us. Be careful, right. On my way.
On my way.
I will war.
Oh man, I managed to miss everything.
Enemy missing middle. Spotted. On my way.
Get out of there.
In range shall wash them away.
Soldiers, assemble.
Be right back.
I'm changing it to try straight away. Alright, not straight away. What the fuck? Okay, the wall's extra fat there. Normal, thank you very much. It's just too useful to see where the bounce actually goes. You gotta be a bit more practiced on the hooky to just have it on instant cast at all times. Feels like you're playing a bit more into RNG than aiming it.
Your right tower is under attack. Need healing. Be careful. Enemy missing right. Ultimate is ready. Be careful. Ultimate is ready. Set up an ambush here. Stay here. Enemy ultimate incoming. And I
What?
enemy spotted. Your left tower is under attack. I'm on it. Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
here.
it.
All good.
Hey, you Werek, don't talking so much. You Werek. You think I let the minions on the tower for free or what? You Werek.
What are you on about?
Don't talking so much. Don't
I'm
mess
not
with me.
talking
I told
much. I'm not talking much.
Oh my
I
god,
handled
I'm gonna
for
have to
you.
mute these
Better
boys.
for you.
What are you on about?
Enemies
You defended one minion. Nice job.
Full wave I defended, but nice try.
A full wave, a full wave. What?
Oh.
A what? What are you talking about? I can't understand you.
Let's just mute both of these boys real fast. I don't want to listen to that right now. Too fucking tired for that shit.
Enemy missing.
Alright. Dagger Frenzy. And you know, I'm just gonna go Learning Bow as well. Just go for the aggressive, like, stun build. I should be able to jump him pretty easily if I have this. As long as I have beats for his ult, I should be in a pretty good spot.
Retreat. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
But where is this Artemis? I also want my 2 on normal, actually. No, man. Well, if he stays, I should be able to kill him. And if not, I get the tower. Dude, easily about 10.
Be careful. Okay. Enemy missing middle. I'll attack right away. Cancel that.
Now, I did kind of go into this build not really knowing how the fuck I actually built it, but I guess it's something like Sunbeam Bow next. Either that or like some pen. I fucking know. Så, ti stille. Tor, stop så.
Some other time. Attack the gold enemies in the left.
Enemies incoming right.
Just go for it. Damn it! I didn't actually mean to press my beats. I want to press my ult. So I completely fucked myself by pressing early beats. It was a mistake. What I wanted to press was my Dagger of Frenzy, and I fucking pressed beats instead. Fuck, that's so annoying. Do I go Oppo actually? Maybe it's Oppo I go here instead. Either way, that's nice for my clear. Even if it's not that great.
Enemy has been slain. Okay.
I am amazed.
Set up an ambush here.
Be careful.
Enemy, your cancel.
Retreat.
Farewell and goodbye. I've got my eye.
Time to ward, I guess. Thana is only sitting here now.
Gank right lane.
I'm kind of mindless just fighting Artemis because I know I win the trade no matter what, but if he shows up after I've jumped, I'm kind of cooked.
On my way. On my way.
Oh my god, what am I watching?
Okay. Okay. Enemies have returned to base.
How unexpected.
Actually, what am I witnessing this game? I gotta be way more careful. Otherwise I'm gonna end up like Snotty yesterday.
I'll defend the middle lane.
Well, it doesn't matter if you win lane, and you keep pushing up, you're gonna keep dying.
Attack the gold fury.
I don't want to end up doing that. Still 20 seconds left on that.
I'll gank right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Set up an ambush here.
Oh, I already cooked that.
Yes. Wait. Okay. Be right back. Attack the gold. On my way. Enemies incoming. Here it comes. Ally has been slain. For the fire.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Just feels like we don't have a jungler, honestly, in this one. Like, how am I alone for that long without a single rotation? Sav's doing fine by taking stuff from them, but, like, where is my jungler this whole time?
Be careful, right?
I should probably also have placed my wards. That would help.
Your right tower is under attack.
No way, Piscopat is back. It's definitely real. He's my support. I don't know if he's been back, but like he has been in Smite too. here and there.
Enemies incoming.
Oh, I lost my tower.
Such
Your
choice.
middle tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Oh, you move like a jaguar. I've got my eye on you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Watch out. I'll make them pay. No problem. Ultimate is ready. Completed. Gang. Ward here. It rains to wash them away.
Enemy ultimate down.
Dude, Artemis is the same level as me now. What happened? I guess just because I keep getting
Set up an
yanked.
ambush here. Here it comes. Attack the base.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Enemy has been slain. On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Be right back.
Back to hyper farming. Kind of depressed me looking at Artemis being same level as me after all I've done. What the fuck?
There are gods in me. I'll be there. I challenge you.
Fabuloso.
I believe in you.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Can I get Tissue for that? Probably not. Especially with Thana coming up.
Save yourself.
Do I try regardless though? Do have these boys with me.
Your team destroyed a right enemy tower.
Bro, what do I build? Fatalis maybe? I'll go Tuffing. Kind of tempted to Fatalis last item though. Into their team comp, they're kind of easy to stick to. Actually, after the dash, Thana in general, Athena after dash, Chalk in general, Artemis as well.
Flush them away! Fire giant!
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Be right back. I'll attack the gold fury. All right.
On my way.
Kind of really need to finish that though. You know, I should probably just go Sunbeam last. I don't know why I'm avoiding it.
Attack right tower!
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Vista, amigo!
Here it comes.
Wash them away!
Can fail.
Poor Athena. I just want to help. Yeah, you're dead. Goodbye.
Your left tower is under attack.
Retreat middle range.
The unknown!
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Left tower! Feeling a bit cold.
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
Sunbeam. Let's go. Hello, because me. Good to see you. Dude, Athena? Like, obviously she might not have been that good, but she definitely died for the most part because of Thana being out of position, man. Like, at least the 3 of her deaths was because she was ulting on top of Thana and he just ulted out. She tried her best, man. Give her a break. The thankless job of a support. I kinda have to end this match soon. I'm taking too much damage. Okay, this kind of sucks. So I have to take that 9 damage. Shit. Oh my god, I have to take more damage. My cards are pretty fucking useless as well. I just gotta try and avoid as much damage as I can, I guess. I lost so much damage in this combat. Well, so much health, I should say. Let's do this one. Truly interesting game, yeah. Yeah, it was. I don't really think there's any world where we don't win that. It's one of those games that feels like we could probably just 2v5. Yeah, the 1v3 was pretty funny. Dude, I can't believe they blamed the Athena too. Dude, Athena died every time Thana was out of position trying to help him. Poor dude. I just randomly found Thana on my backs. I don't know what he was doing there. Ah, fudge. Dude, I need to look at what they're doing. Can I upgrade some of my cards at least? Okay, thank god. I can actually block it. Whew. Dude, I'm so tired dealing with the Orman solo. I don't even think he's that good. But I'm playing into it like every other game. But alright, I'll just pick something I know it's good into it, I guess. Where is he? He's not on the soul list, but he is on the jungle list. Wait, where did my blocking go? The fuck? I'm almost dead now. Yeah, Cernus is very good into him on like when you finish Vital Lamp, but before that it's kind of scary. Because he still hurts a lot, like he's just good at boxing. I don't have any damage. I have poison though. Should be okay. Dude, I have 2 health left! How did this happen? A plant owned me. I wasn't looking. Thank god I have a heal here though, but I'm going into fucking elite. Dude, our comp is so broken if we get late game, man. Well, I guess theirs is kind of broken too, actually. Well, the Yana's Loki, Hui, and Hercules. I gotta go for rest spots in this one. Looks like there's quite a few left, though. Fuck. These assholes. Okay, let's see. I mean, it could be Yorm support, actually. No, it's not. Oh, it's Separi as well. So I'm against the one player that I know on that team. Okay. We'll see how that goes then. Oh, Aspect Yorm as well. Wait, solo Aspect Yorm? That can't be good. Wait, you don't gain cooling? Isn't that the more you use your auto, it cools down? Or am I not understanding that correctly? Maybe they really hate winning. Possibly.
Minions have
Or maybe it was a mistake. Maybe he does what I did sometimes with Vulcan recently, where I mean to go Aspect, but I actually didn't have it on. And I got cooked. Maybe he just forgot to turn it off. Or maybe he's aware and there is actually something broken about it. We'll see, it could be anything. Loki's invading. Damn.
Be careful. Enemy spotted.
Here's not right. Enemies incoming left.
Yeah, it's pretty cooked for Yorm, actually. I kind of remember it being a little less rough for him, but yeah, it's not ideal for him. Well, I'm cooked. I forgot he had Sunder.
Your right tower is
That's what I remembered. Because I feel like if you level the one on Yorm, you just stand in it and one me, or auto me, I can't fight you early on. That's the matchup I remembered. Bro, what the fuck is also happening? Everyone dying. His one doesn't dot now, though. I don't remember. Well, it depends. I actually don't know what the fuck all this means, man. I don't know the namings of any of his shit, so. He does get damage reduction. The knockup is bigger. I don't know what bellow is. I don't know what the cooling refers to. Like, fully. I assume it's his passive meter. I'm not too sure what Venomous Haze is. Well, I'm assuming that's the one, though. Loses dot damage on pool. You get damage reduction by standing in it. Okay, gotcha. So they actually don't do damage to me here. Gotcha. Okay. So there's no negative effect for me standing in it. That's good to know. Then I will ignore them. I'm gonna farm until I at least finish one item for now, because I don't want to end up dying again. And with that kill he got, we kind of just went back to 0 in terms of farm. We're just back to being even. Where the fuck did he go? I wanted to go for Firebrands, but
Enemies behind us. On my way.
never mind.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's finish it.
Your right tower is under attack.
So how big is the healing on this actually? Okay, it's not huge if you level it up. I was thinking it could be interesting with the aspect to level the one first, but that doesn't seem worth it. Will still slow you. I have... Okay, fair enough. I just meant like more like if we're fighting or brawling, there isn't necessarily something keeping me from hitting him outside of just the slow. There's no damage outcome or like... I don't know. Something like that. Oh, wait, is Nuwa ADC? That was full of shit. Dude, our comp sucks. It's really bad.
Your right tower is under attack.
I gotta try and focus on rocks in this one.
Is under attack.
Decent damage test to see how much damage I can do. Needless to say, not enough.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think I recently mentioned that my upstairs neighbor moved. I feel like someone is moving in right now. Holy fuck, there's a lot of banging in bit above. Noises are happening. My dog doesn't like it. It's distracting to me as well. Oh, he all just went mystical mail. Okay, now it's definitely confirmed. I cannot fight him until I finish Vital Lamp. Let's back up and start up that bitch.
That's not right.
Yeah, my one deals no damage. You're right. I gotta swap it until I have Vital Lamp online. It's just a habit. Because once Vital Lamp is online, it's the only thing I should use. Holy shit. The banging upstairs is driving me crazy. Playing on hard mode today. It's right above me right now. My ears, and I mean, I felt that one. It felt like they just fucking dropped a piano on the floor.
Enemy over.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's not right.
Oh, here's one? Sure. But you're also correct with my one, even if you talk about it. That still did damage? I wasn't even in it. Surely my Aladdin picks this one up. He's level 7 though. Oh my god.
Your left tower is under
My bad, I guess.
Jaguar. Ooh. The rain shall wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Be glum. There's the spirit. It's no problem. There's the spirit. Be careful.
Oh, 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 oh. There's a very voice-acted laugh.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
I can finish it. Do I want to do that?
Your left tower is under attack.
Tempo Blink. Yeah, I'm not using this shit for anything right now, and it's not going to be very useful to Yorm unless he gets low. So fuck it. Let's just use it to go around a bit. Don't think I'm going to use it for that stuff again, but for the rocks, hell yeah. I'll do it for the rocks. I should have gotten the attack speed one.
Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful.
Enemies incoming the right.
Alright, I mean, let's see if I can fight him now. I mean, no I can't, because he went fucking Nemean too. But dude, I'm not the only player on the map. If only I had a competent Aladdin, he would be toast.
You move like a jaguar. Enemy missing left.
Nice work.
The pyromancer has
Yeah, okay, I mean, look what a Baron can do to him, you know?
Defend right lane.
your right tower.
There's the spirit.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under
On
attack.
my way. Need healing.
Completed. Cancel that.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Beat you.
Right back.
Yeah, I could easily have solo gold, but I would rather just do it fast while who you back than low-key TP'd away. And the rest of when they weren't around. It will still take me a little while to actually do it. Alright. Screw your wave, I'm going for the rocks.
Completed. Your left tower is under attack.
He sundered me again! Dude, actual sunder diff. But also, if I could see his health high risk, that would be fucking nice. All I'm saying. I can't see when he... Dude, oh my god. Nemean.
Yes.
Okay, my bad, I guess. I killed myself. He really just went for the most boring anti-physical defense build in the entire game. Yeah, no, Yorm is actually like, if he's broken in some way, is that you can't see his health bar as a melee character when you're right in front of him. I mentioned this on the last stream as well. It's straight up broken because I can't play and like respond depending on how low his health is. I can't see it. I hate it so much. It's straight up unfair. I both dropped and died last stream as well because I couldn't tell if he was low or not. I don't know how to respond if I can't see if I'm winning the fight or not. I don't know if that was a rage quit or not. Like, the more I play against Yorm, where I'm playing a melee character, the more I think it's just like a broken thing rather than just being annoying. Because in the beginning I thought it's just annoying, it doesn't make a big difference, but it actually does when you fight a lot. I literally cannot respond to what he's doing.
Group up. Attack the on my way.
And just like any other like big character, Nemean is very strange looking on characters that are huge, because sometimes you can't see it. And he's also purple, which doesn't help.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
I could tell after a while that he did Nemean. I gotta just not hit him. Not worth.
Be careful, right.
Okay.
Free your soul. Split push. Left tower.
Have a beautiful day.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of unfortunate. Despite losing this, I was still excited to play this one out, but I don't really think there's a chance if they have a one-man down, unfortunately. What do I want to go next? I mean, they did have a Herc. I think a Brawlers would have been kind of nice. But I guess I'll just go for more lifesteal.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Be careful in the jungle.
On my way.
As long as I just make sure not to hit him with Nemean, I guess I should win these trades. Just so I don't fuck up myself.
I'll bid you goodbye.
Victory.
Wait, he also went Vital Amp first on Herc. Strange. Yeah, was that a rage quit, Sapari? Or did he just DC and not come back? Okay. Rage quit, someone said? Okay. %100% a rage quit? Okay. Just walked at you and died? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking no matter how tilted you get, I don't ever think that's a good thing to do, but maybe there's a potential report for Giannis as well. I don't know what went wrong. Hard to say. Right. Just do that. Are you playing CERN? I thought it was a Bib only thing. Is Bib really the only one playing it? I've enjoyed it recently as well. I think it's pretty fun. Like, the weirdest part is it actually kind of reminds me of how Vamana played. It's the same vibe. It's the closest thing I get to Vamana in Smite 2. Oddly enough. It's just instead of a slow to keep up, it's a rude. Which is arguably better, obviously, but I still think Vamana is more fun to play. CERN would shit on Vamana though. They do the same shit, but he just does it better. With the aspect. I don't know, man. I actually think Vamana's gonna be kinda shit in Smite 2. If they don't give him something interesting. I don't see him being very good. I should have paid attention. Good job, idiot. Now I'm taking so much damage. Should have just blocked. I'm trying not to take damage. But yeah, in this game I also kind of just picked it because you picked Yorm. I think it's pretty good as a Yorm. I was just smarking it a bit too hard. Shouldn't have fought as much as I did. And the second time I just killed myself on your Nemean. That was also a mistake. I don't know why I'm playing this so stupid. Alright, save me. Give me a good card here. Nope. I am playing this so bad. I should have just killed this one. Give me the 9 damage. Not sure what to think about the Yorm aspect. I mean, it's mainly for support. It's pretty shit for solo, I would say. It's kind of based around trying to buff your allies more than it's, like, something for yourself. But either way, I mean, Yorm support isn't really good either way. It's never been a thing. And I don't think the aspect changes it much. Oh, now I'm only getting block? Thank you, game. That's so nice. That makes 0 difference. I'm still gonna take 1 damage. This fucking game. Fucking card games. Dude, man. I need healing. I leave it in the hands of the RNG gods. Don't give me something that takes damage. Fuck. I can't just leave, so I have to, but shit. Give me healing, please. I think another thing though, especially for Yorm solo, you really want the damage on the one. Like the pools. The pool damage is so powerful, bro, for boxing. If you have pulled early, I said it during my the match as well. If you have the pulls early on, I don't think I can fight you, because all you do is sit in them, and I take so much extra damage for that. I would still try here and there to fight, but I don't think I could fight you without taking some pretty legit damage. I mean, this game hates giving me block, apparently. Wow, that's certainly a lot of damage you got there, buddy. How am I not super fucked? Again. I don't like how recent traditionally solo lane characters are either better with int or just useless. A lot of it just comes down to that damaging items are just a lot more impactful in Smite 2. Like, even if you play Odin or something like that, you're starting with a Pendulum, right? You're not going full tank. You're still relying on the damage output more than the tankiness of characters. So yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, but yeah, that's just the sad reality of Smite that we live in right now. So am I dead? I might be dead. No, I'm not dead. But I might be dead next round. I'm fucking struggling this round, man. I'm dying to normal enemies. Oh, this fucking thing, man. There's some horseshit. Go poison. You're all I have. Okay. Maybe I can win this round. Maybe. Double the poison. Okay, yeah, I got it. Not dead. Yo, how long are we in queue? Okay, 3 minutes. So check out Across the Obelisk. It's Slay the Spire, but team-based. Okay. Could be interesting. I don't know if I want it to be team-based, though. I like playing it solo. I'm a solo main. Ah, it's the Snake. It's a Snake with a Sharin gun. Oh, team-based. Okay, gotcha. So not in like a PvP situation, more like do you have a squad? Gotcha. Okay, I might check it out. That could be cool. Oh, fuck, man. It's the one that confuses me, too. No, you're so expensive. I just have to block, then. Shit. Woof. Toi. Ja, hvad du gør, Eva? Hvad hun er bedst? Bruh. Oh my god, bro. I ain't getting shit. And when I do, it's expensive. Because I'm confused. Oh no, I didn't. Why would you do that? I didn't look at the cost. Oh no, man. Discard any number of cards and draw that many. All of them. All the expensive ones. Get them out. Give me something I can use. No, they're all expensive again. I'm cooked. Dude, I'm trying to heal. This game hates me. It's just like Smite. I'm dead. Everything costs 3 or 2. The only thing that it doesn't is something I can barely even use.
Select.
Their first pick dodged? Wow. Okay. Right. We banned 2 gods and then decided to dodge. Does seem to be the case. Alright, fuck it. We just go shifts, we do the big damage. I'm gonna sit here with 1 HP like an idiot. Nope, I'm dead, because for some reason it ignored my shields. Or no, I just have bad math. Never mind, I'm dead. We go again. What are your jungle picks right now? Based on what I've seen the most of, Apollo, Susano, Hu Yi. If specifically assassins, it's hard to say. They're not very popular right now. Like Aladdin, obviously. Let me take a look at the jungle list. Merc is good. Nem is good. Aladdin's good. Honbats is good. Susano is good. Rest is kind of up in the air. Like Apollo is very good in the jungle. Apollo is very good jungle right now. ADCs in general are very powerful. I would argue Apollo is one of the best junglers in the game right now. And it's because of that item right there. Learny Bow. You're running a crit Apollo with Learny Bow, that shit will one-shot most things. It's the same with On Her, but I think it's hard to utilize. You can't set up for Learny Bow as easy, you have to land the Impale, which is, I would still argue, is a pretty easily missed ability. But maybe I'm just shit. That is a very real possibility. Okay, I mean, I'll take this. Cool. Also cool. It's not just because of Learny Bow, it's also Dagger Frenzy in the combination with it, because if you start Dagger Frenzy, go straight to Learny Bow, your early game is great too. Dagger Frenzy is insane once you pick it up. It's a very good item, just by itself. So Dagger to learn, then Tier. I think it's kind of up in the air what you want to build next. Let me pull up the God Builder here. So now I just picked the Wheelix here, but that doesn't really matter. I mean, I assume as jungle. Granted, I don't jungle, so this is just based on what I'm seeing. But oh, I got interrupted. But yeah, you would generally go Bumbas as jungle, obviously. But then you go Dagger, you go Learny Bow. I think you could go Turfing if you don't need the attack speed, but you can also go into like Audibo or Oboe, something like that. Then you're probably gonna have to go Pen after your fourth item, which is Titans, always Titans. And last, I would just say whatever you need, but Sunbeam Bow is also very good, but I don't think you want to do that as a jungler as much, because you don't have Death Toll to negate the mana loss. So I think you can experiment with some things. I think the core is just the first two with Dagger and Learny Bow. I think Cheffing would be a nice third item, if you like that item. But I don't think you have to go for it. But I think it's pretty solid. If you then go Turfing into then Audibo into Titans, I think that's pretty solid. It's probably what I would do. But if you're playing ADC, then you have to fit in Sunbeam Bow somewhere, because you have Death Toll as a starter. Alright, what am I picking then? What am I picking? I want to play Thana. Thanatos. Well, what's up, Sev? Turn off that aspect? No, man. I played it yesterday too. I like the aspect. Alright, convince me. Why should I not... Oh, they dodged again. Why should I not use the aspect? Lay it down. Because Reaver kills you? Okay, so you're mainly thinking for like late game situations. I feel like it doesn't give me that much HP though. I kind of only want it because my 3 gives me healing. So a bit more healing for my regrowth. Does last hitting on the minions, does that trigger regrowth as well with non-aspect? I assume it doesn't. You're making a convincing argument. Reaver is pretty scary. I guess I just really like the healing that it gives me if I have regrowth as well. Because it procs off of the 3-2. So, stop so. I know. So much banging and loud noises coming from upstairs. None of us like that stuff. But I don't want to hear dog barking on top of it. Guys, I also don't currently have any plans on Thursday, but... Well, no, I do actually have plans on Thursday, but meant more in a way that when Silksong comes out, I don't know how much I'm gonna feel like playing Smite, so I'm just letting you know. I will probably still stream, but I might take a few days off of it. Because I probably just want to play Silksong. I waited a long time for this. Let's do this one. I'll be playing Silksong myself, so I'll only watch if I'm ahead of you. Don't worry, I won't be streaming it. That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is I won't be streaming Smite. Because I would rather play Silksong. I wouldn't be streaming Silksong anyway. I want that experience to be purely my own. I want to immerse myself in that game. If I stream it, I already know people will have ideas and... well, if anyone even watches. But people would just have ideas, like somewhat backseating, you know, have you done this, have you done that type of stuff. And I definitely don't want that for this game. I want it to be purely just my own experience, alone with my thoughts, just, you know, live in my own world while I play that game. Like, Hollow Knight is quite special to me. Small one, just one of my favorite games. RNG. I mean, that is really risky, but I'm taking the gold. Ah, shit. Hey, did our queues sync up? Wait, let me check. They did! Alright, we're in the quote-unquote good queue now. We did it. We just had to get dodged a few times. RNG, give me gold. Remove a card. Does this mean, is this max HP though? Remove that one. Alright, great. I still just want to play Thana. Let's upgrade a card. Which one though? Do I care about that? I don't know if I do. I don't want to anger the mushrooms. That sounds like a bad time. I want the shop, bro. But I don't think I'm gonna get that chance. I'm absolutely stacked on gold. I'll just have to wait for the next floor to actually get anything out of that. I think I just go blink, man. There's too much shit that I need in this game anyway. Blink it is. Actually, what am I against? Baron? Okay, maybe I do go Aegis. Or Beats.
Just follow the beat and have I'm on it. Fabulous.
Whatever. Baron is tough, though. Alright. Same thought process yesterday. Depending on how my lane goes, I might have to go Sanguine first, but otherwise I'm gonna see if I can just go Pendulum. Starting with Pendulum just feels a lot better. One of these days I will have to try without the aspect just to see how much how it differs. Because I do think having the heal early on last hitting minions is nicer for the laning phase itself. But Sav's also making a good point that Soul Reaver will just absolutely cook me.
Yeah, rock on.
If we get full late game. But I mean, it would cook me regardless. Like, I'm going a decent amount of HP with us. I don't really think that cookage would change. Fucking hell, dudes. Where's my jungler, huh? Of course that jungler is here for a level 2 cringe gank.
Enemy missing middle.
Time to last it.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Curses. Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing. Nice job.
Just land some fucking shit, man.
I'm kind of low on mana though.
He is as well.
The rain shall wash them away.
Oh, this Wheelix, man. Why is he here? It's a tragic state of affairs.
Falling back.
And me not getting that kill just sucks even worse. Because now he's gonna get his blue XP and I'm not.
On my way.
I can TP dual line. I'm TPing dual line.
Enemy has
Hey, Wheelix is on the left backs.
The rain shall wash them away. Fabuloso.
Yeah, Wheelix did our red buff.
We kunnen weer babbelen, you know? I feel the we can. Oh yeah, we can come actually, yeah. I have no senders.
Cut your life straight.
Now I just have to stay back.
Completely careful left. Curses.
Get him some good poke at least.
Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you. Go back.
Escape death. Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
This is all just a giga shit matchup. Baron is so good into Thana. Or just anything that doesn't have a jump or a dash.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'll come left first one after I do these.
Maybe. Careful right side.
Yeah, I'll TP back.
On my way.
On my way.
Baron might come to them as well. No, I just backed here.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Our Dix is there. You see the Baron?
Yeah, it's in front of
He
me.
gets under, I can just ult him quickly.
He knows.
Right tower is under attack.
There's no beats. You just ult him, he's dead.
Attack.
Nice, I think he's dead. Good job.
Like a jaguar. Ooh.
He's on his backs at the moment. You can check low if you want, I don't really need a stunner.
Cancel that.
Enemy missing left.
A bit purple if you can.
Bummer, dude. That's too bad.
Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat. Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
I mean, yeah, they're all there.
Cancel that. Ward here. Enemy missing.
Mine range. I don't know how close I am.
Enemy spotted.
Good, 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 good.
She dashed in.
Ares is here too on the yellow.
That's his ult.
She blinked as well.
I wonder if I can bait him.
Dying to them. I'll cut you down.
Your left tower is under attack.
Your time
I can TP left once I back. I'm TPing left, I'm TPing left.
Sure. I cooked it. I actually just missed my fucking thing. I missed my silence. What was that? What have I done? I'm just honestly, I'm just sad that he hit the silence while, or not the silence, the root while I was on the tower. I should have just tried to blink it. I was hoping I could juke it, and then blink if he tried to use any other abilities, and then just go on him. I'm playing this really bad so far.
Be careful left.
I got Ares all down.
I'm coming in, I'm coming in. With the alt left.
I can fight more. I think.
I think Chess will blink again.
That's it.
I
for me.
mean, that one I can't do much about. If you can just leave blue, I need some XP, man.
Oh yeah.
I guess Sap doesn't have voice on.
Do you have TP, Quentin?
No.
Okay, I can hold the way for you if you know.
Yeah, that'd be nice, because I'm just getting absolutely fucking camped
That's
here.
fine. The blue is up as well. I should come instantly. I'm gonna die.
Can you get him lower?
Am I free? Am I free in 2 seconds? Oh, sorry. Should I take it?
Ah, it is what it is. It's fine.
I'm backing now.
Your left tower is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away.
Would have been a huge kill for me, but I mean, him dying is still fine. Gives me the chance to farm a bit.
I'm returning to base.
Oops.
I'm coming right after the blue buff.
I'll attack right lane. The pyromancer has
Enemy
arrived.
missing.
Yeah, kid.
But your life awaits you.
Yeah, it's back. Hopefully.
I'm a sold.
I
Get
need
back,
so
go
little
back.
XP. I hate this.
I thought she was gonna put her step me earlier.
I'll just go to the back camps.
Attack! An enemy has been slain.
And just so I don't lose too much XP. I mean, he's zoning.
Bye.
No.
They might go full ball right now. Careful, boys.
I'm returning.
I was about to say.
Ward the
Careful, gold.
curses.
Like, Sanguine might make all the difference here.
The enemy team has destroyed
No call.
the Gold Fury.
Baron might TP.
Rain shall wash them away.
Ah, he's still.
He has no ult still.
I mean, surely he's dead. I was gonna ult, but everyone just collapsed on him. He wasn't alone though.
Your left tower is under attack.
Well done.
Good job. Can take mid tower actually. Oh, I'm coming left actually. I'm going to the Baron. I'm going to you.
I guess I got baited by that. Fuck.
Yeah, I couldn't come that fast.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I got baited by Sobek calling for him coming.
Hey, back.
Fuck me, it.
Would have jumped.
I mean, it's only me feeding my brains off on my team, so still think we're fine. This is fucking tragic. Why did I have to meet Baron of all things? I can't play into this. Actually, what is he even building? Yeah, I mean, he also does have anti-heal items.
Iris is there.
Let's go.
There's 4 people in left.
Your left tower
All right.
is under attack. Attack middle tower.
Dude, what the fuck is that?
I'm here too.
It might be a pig angle. Dude, fuck this. I'm leaving my own tower at this point. You can take care of yourself, you shit tower. I'm rotating for kills. Unless we're not fighting, then fuck me, dude. Then I'm going back.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, I guess we are fighting. I don't fucking know.
The Iris actually, yeah.
Whatever.
Take mid tower.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Baron showed up. I decided I want to rotate after all.
Very strong.
Fucking hell, dude. I missed again.
Bye. I got it back.
Enemy has been slain. Need healing. Yeah.
I do feel my blink Thana is very sloppy. I am missing most of my blink silences on the target I'm actually going for.
Under attack.
Not ideal.
Sorry, step I'll attack. Sorry.
A fellow shinobi, I see. Will cut your life string.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate down.
She has bolt.
She just kills her.
Wash them away.
By the way, Wolfie, I think your voice, I mean your mic isn't the good one. It seems like a webcam something.
I checked it, and it was the correct one. I don't know why.
I might be broken then, I guess. But we can hear you, it's fine.
Enemy rat. Will cut your life strings. Escape death.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Good game.
Okay. What just happened with that?
Maybe kill Baron?
He's very easy
If
to
I come
kill.
over?
I just can't fight him alone.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Careful, right? Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right. Follow me.
She dashed.
Baron is Fury beats too.
Alright. Time to get more defense.
I'll cut you down.
He still just went for me though. He didn't even give a shit about the Alana.
Okay.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay. I'll cut you down.
Not the most satisfying game from my perspective in this one.
Victory.
Never really thought about it before, but Thanos like the single best regrowth use in the game. It's very good with aspect, at least. Because then you have 3 heals as well. But it doesn't count on the passive when you do non-aspect. And as Sav made it clear to me, if they have a mage going for Reaver late game and you have aspect, you're just a prime target for that. So it definitely has downsides. Thana fun, but into Baron, not fun. That's the moral of that game. Two abilities that pop it, or passive for free. Plus just 2 procs, the additional heal and cooldown. That's true, yeah. It's also, I think, regrowth is very nice, just because your abilities cost health, right? So at least you can heal it back a bit by using regrowth. So it just feels just have like a nice passive income of healing. Although based game choice, Q game choice, yeah. Been hooked on it lately. I played it a long time ago, but fell off of it because of other reasons. And then I decided to buy it on Steam. I played it on Switch originally, so I just rebought it. It's great. I like it. Why didn't I use my last card? That was stupid. I'm looking forward to the second one. I'm sure it'll be great. Not to mention Hades too. I still haven't gotten into it yet, because I'm just waiting for the full release. Same developers. Do I do an elite actually? Sure, why not? Try and go for a chest. Can I even poison this thing? Yes. Alright. Let's just poison him then. Wait, whenever you play a power card, heal 2 HP? Huh. Kinda getting a lot of passive healing here. I really don't have a lot of cards that I can upgrade anymore. Let's go for the poison then. More poison. Okay.
Your god.
Just pick in the back here. What do I even feel like playing? Odin is open. Yeah, let's do Odin. Odin. Yes, poison him. Kind of a shit start though. And now he has thorns, right? If this is the correct boss, yeah, he does. Sheesh. Don't like that. Okay, I just don't want to take any damage. Let's do that. Keep poisoning him. Just block a little bit. I think this fight is pretty much mine already with how much poison I already got on him. I mean, it's not like I can move his shielding anyway, it's just do that. I want to beat this thing before the game begins. Actually, I'm going to take a lot of damage, but that's fine. I should win next round. I am going to need... I kind of need beats this game. I might have to go for team beats. Somewhere in my build. Let's go aggressive start. Dude, Baka's Odin? What an OG Smite 2 lane. These were like the most broken OP gods in solo for the longest time at the beginning of Smite 2. I was so tired of both of them for the longest time. I'm not sure I've recovered from the Bacchus. Still, I don't really play him much. Like, in the beginning of Smite 2, I was into competitive as well. And fucking hell, dude, all we ever played was Bacchus and Odin in solo. It was so boring. And then Mordred got buffed a bit, and then he was actually playable, but then more gods came out, and he just increasingly got worse, because more and more gods that he couldn't deal with came out. And then we just back to playing Bacchus and Odin again. That was giga boring. I don't want to fight him. This dude hurts. Yeah, going for an aggressive start might have screwed me up. I can't really box him anyway. Now I just have less pots. Might have to back early for a challenge. It's either that or I just play it passive.
How many we can fight this?
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
I can handle it. The spirits guide me.
I'll attack.
Tumble.
Going to hurt.
ultimate is ready. I'll attack right lane.
He just jumped.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
My bad, I didn't realize fucking Vulcan was here. Damn. Seth did call it, I just honestly didn't expect him to be here. It makes no sense for him to rotate. Tragic that I lost my life for it though.
Enemy has been slain.
Be right back. That was so hot.
Your left tower is under attack.
Star's ulting me.
Want it back. Don't want to finish my jets.
Holy fuck, they're so bad.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am so
Your middle tower is under attack.
enemy missing.
I like how he said they're so bad and then they died in mid.
Enemy ultimate down. That sure is too bad.
I don't recognize the Medusa, but it's doing quite well so far.
Gank right lane.
Wash them away. Ultis is down.
I'll attack left lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ultimate is better attack than
Go on, Ares.
Oh, you move like a down the hatch.
Of course he fucking is.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Of course he
What, Tommy?
is. Alright. I did get greedy. I want another wave.
Move like a jaguar. Enemy spotted.
Your
I'm
right
returning
tower
you.
is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Well,
I don't want to die a lot again. I gotta chill.
Jaguar. Enemy missing right. Yes. Fabuloso. Too bad. Shut down, Jay.
Darn it. Enemies down.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Completed.
Gank.
Enemy has been slain.
I'll try and fight him again once I have Sash online. Or Lash.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing. Cancel that.
Oh, you got Golden Blade too. Explains why I can't fight him even more.
I almost felt bad for you.
No problem. Enemy spotted.
Help! Enemies in left lane. Enemy missing! Enemies in left lane. Help!
I mean, why am I here?
Careful middle. Be right back.
Why is Bacchus here?
Enemy spotted.
Ward here.
What is... I didn't want to TP because that doesn't do anything.
Be careful, left retreat.
It's just a fucking waste of time.
Be right back.
On my way.
Florison's here.
Rain shall wash them away.
Wow.
Completed.
No normal fights allowed, I guess. Literally just a 5v5 in mid all of a sudden.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
On my way.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Enemy spotted.
Enemies have returned to base.
Enemies in right.
Enemy ultimate down.
I need more cooldown. Okay. Baka should be somewhat easy to fight now that I actually have this. Fine.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
On my way. Be careful, left. Retreat, left lane.
Spice and sweetness alike.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies in middle lane.
Why do I have to die for this every time? Can someone else go in? I guess not. I mean, I'm kind of the main front line when we have a Baron.
On my way. Yes.
Oh well. What next? At this point, I feel like Nemean is just the way to go. Already. Actually, no. I am gonna go Spectral.
Ward here.
Curses.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Going to hurt.
Your left tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Allies slain.
Why the fuck would he do that?
Your left tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. Defend the fine giant.
Enemies in left lane.
On my way.
Gank.
Enemy missing.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Help middle lane.
Oh, enemies in middle lane.
On my way.
Just feels like there's no point.
Yes.
No point in rotating for me. I ain't tanky.
Ultimate down. Okay.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Oh, how refreshing.
Any jump? Nope. Guess we don't want to fucking... Dude, fuck Smite 2 and the fucking CC in this game, man. I can't play the game. Literally not allowed to press a single button that whole time. At least I got it, I guess. But
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Jesus, baiting time. I'm gonna see if I can stop them from doing fire.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Your right tower.
Fire giant.
On my way.
Enemies in middle lane. Gank.
Shit, I don't know what to build here. With the amount of CC they have, I guess I should just go Spirit Rope. And help my own situation. I should have checked what actually killed me that fast. Though it felt like it was just because of CC.
Retreat.
Be right back. Be careful, middle.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
On my way.
I'm so drunk, I can't move.
That's unfortunate.
Ultimate is down.
I did so much damage there too, with that ring. I guess it doesn't matter, like... Do they have healing? How are none of them low after that?
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Yes, my body. I wasn't fast.
I think he's cooked regardless.
Gank right lane.
Oh, the minions.
Gank.
Your right tower.
Archer's too fucking powerful.
Okay.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower has been destroyed.
I think I could have done more if I didn't pick a frontline this game. This is actually a pretty good example of why I hate playing frontlines in Smite 2. Or just in this meta. I just can't fight back if you fall behind as a frontline. Now I'm just cosmetic.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Same babies.
Okay, they're all here. That's yours though. Jing running around alone with the dagger is
You have my apologies.
good for us. Man, this really doesn't help the frontline hate that I have at the moment. That this is the most boring game I've had in Smite 2 the last few days. The one game I'm playing an actual tank.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right
I mean, they're kind of out of position here. Kind of. I guess my 3 doesn't go through walls. I forgot about that.
Ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Was. Like, if my bots goes in with me, we literally just kill them there for free.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Never forget.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Okay.
Like, if we don't win in a 4v5 situation here, then we can't get back into the game anyway. We might as well just surrender. I don't see why we wouldn't try and fight that. Because then it just feels like we're just giving up.
Enemy team has destroyed.
If we aren't taking the advantages, I feel like we, well, that we do have. Ares was literally dead for 30 seconds when we pulled that gold. No, our combo is really shit from behind. Like, Giannis, by far one of the worst mages at killing a front line, so we just cannot touch the Bacchus or the Ares. Though he was dead, so... And I haven't really seen Baron do much, to be honest with you. Like, they have a Vulcan, Ares, and Bacchus frontline into a Baron. I feel like that should be very easy for him to deal with, but... Whatever. At this point, it's too much. The giant tank series with Lifebinder. Yeah, I mean, I think any like mage right now with Lifebinder is pretty good. It's also what I enjoy the most in solo right now. Just honestly, any mage, any mage with Lifebinder will give you the early game you need to survive. It will not give you the ability to fight necessarily, though. That is more on the gods, I would say. Like, if I'm playing Hecate into a Mordred, which I did yesterday, I still couldn't fight back. But I was able to survive more than I probably should have if I was just a normal Hecate. But I think that's why I like Poseidon a lot. And Zeus as well. I haven't tried Zeus much with it. Surprisingly, actually. I don't know why I haven't, but... I think Poseidon is a lot of fun with it. And he has that fight back potential, he's got great self-peel. Good damage potential. At all stages in the game. So, yeah. This is going to And that's with, by the way, with my fucking Spectral, and she almost fucking one-shots me anyway.
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
Sweet as molasses.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
Harry, hold down.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Flash alert.
Ultimate is ready.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm running far, far away. Okay, dude. Thor chased me all the way here with no HP, brother. I'm so mad. I didn't think they would.
Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan
This game is just over anyway, man. We just don't have a support, it feels like. Like, I'm always alone going in, too. Which sucks as Odin when I'm just behind. I'm just dead. I can't really try and kill anyone.
Your Titan's under attack.
That's unfortunate.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Might be time to go to ADC or something instead. I'm getting a bit bored of
Are weak.
playing solo right now.
Let go of your humanity. You will always be weak.
Lost 70. Actually, how did I lose 70? Am I high enough to lose 70? I guess so. I suppose that was the first loss in a while, wasn't it? Yeah. It's actually just full green. I can't really be complaining that much. Yeah, the Mordred ult bug is strange, because that should never happen previously. I don't know when it started happening. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, we just have the exact same team, don't we? No, we don't actually. We have different support. Right. In the middle of this. I'll do a Zeus game then. Let's do the Zeus, and I will definitely go board this game because it's a Baron. My two choices here in my head was between Poseidon and Zeus. Now I'm sad I didn't go Poseidon, because at least he's good into Nemesis. Zeus is not. He's not terrible, I suppose. We're dodging anyway. Wait, who dodged? Oh, adapting dodged? I guess he was AFK. That's tragic. Oh well. Guess we're not meeting them in the queue then. Unless we wait 5 minutes. Huh. I mean, this one's kind of good actually. But this one's very... Let's do this one. Because I want to remove this card at least. Okay. I need a shop, so let's just go straight for that. Straight for the shop. Oh, I couldn't remove this one. That's tragic. It's the other one I had in mind. Please give me a good shop. Alright, that's good enough. Not bad. I kind of want another shop.
Select your god.
Okay, cool. I want a shop, but I don't want one anytime soon, so I guess this was the latest one. Yeah, let's grab that. Man, don't have great transforms in this game. Might have to just be like double Wukong in those late game team fights. Though I suppose it is good. But it's not as immediately OP. Pele would be good though, probably. Probably. Baron. I am so tired of dealing with Baron and solo today. Already. A free execute? I'm not sure anyone is a free execute in this game. Maybe me, when Baron hits me.
Hail, friend!
Hello there.
I also keep forgetting to put on my shitty Radiant skin.
Minions have spawned.
We actually don't have... Dude, I was... What is that? It doesn't even have aspect either. It's just the support running around in the jungle.
Your future looks bleak.
They just rained on your parade!
Your right tower is under attack.
Your future looks bleak. Three days ahead of time. Your future looks bleak.
Hasta la vista, amigo!
How did that happen? I don't know. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult to just look at the map and say, okay, I mean... You know, Resist, you just look over here, right? What role am I? Oh, I'm jungle. Okay, I go Boombas. Or maybe pay attention during the picks and bans, or I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know how someone gets there. They has to not be paying attention to what's happening on the screen. He doesn't even have the stun active as well. Wow, that's special. Well, that's all. That also just really sucks for me. And I can't tell if Pele ulted or not, so I can't even let my team know.
Three days ahead in time. Maka.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Okay, it's...
You will not.
Yeah. Let's just get out of this one.
Feel the power.
They got the beta team Kassav. I mean, that's one thing, but we just don't have a jungler. So their jungler can do whatever the fuck they want, because we have a support running around where it takes him 30 seconds to clear a single camp. He can't play the game, and as a result, no one else can, because he doesn't exist. I'm fine, like, me and Sav have carried before. That's not the issue here. The issue is that their jungler has literally zero competition. That's the issue. And same thing with me here, like, they can just go on me and my blue buff, because there is no reason why they shouldn't. What's the threat? A tank Bacchus? At level fucking 4? He's level 4, man. And what the fuck ever's happening in dual lane as well? Because, yeah, I mean, this... this one is just so over. These are the types of game that makes me think Smite 2 really is dead. Because how does this happen?
Your right tower is under attack.
That's exactly my point. He went... This is my issue. It's not that he went Bacchus. It's the fact that he's not building as a jungler. Bacchus jungle isn't that shit. Oh, that was a great lag spike.
That's too bad. Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's time to surrender this one.
Makes us feel alive.
So just me or the beta PS5 glitchy as hell? Probably is. I have no idea. I don't know anyone. I don't really meet people that play on PS5. So
Only fools fall under rain.
was there an update today? I don't think so.
Your left tower is under attack.
Your future looks bleak. Maka.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Oh, I've never wanted a game to be over more than this one.
Your right tower is under attack.
Why do you have to play on PS5 though? Do you not have a PC?
Your middle tower is under
Though I suppose, I mean, you do what you gotta do. I get it. It does suck you spilled lemonade on it though. I understand. Not everyone can play in perfect conditions. Sometimes shit sucks. I don't believe in just AFKing and standing in base, but I've never wanted to do that more than this game. Because, like, just make it end. I'm so out of it in this one. I don't even know. Okay, so I just don't get any ones in the...
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
So, like, I just don't... Dude, that's what's so weird. Like, why the fuck is... What happened? I mean, we just don't have a jungler. He would just win support. He literally just went support for no fucking reason. But, like, so... Pele. How the fuck do I not get my one at all when I turn to Pele? What's the point? Actually, that's true. Can't read. Alright, they can have fun arguing in the lobby. How was that going again? Oh yeah, I went for this shop, right? It's tragic. I think that would have been a really fun game if we had just a normal jungler in that one. At this point, I don't even care whose fault it was. It just sucks for the rest of us. Oh, well, that kind of sucks, actually. Probably lost 70 for that one as well, didn't we? You get plus 65 and lose like 80? Dude, that's better than me. The fuck, man? I'm getting like 50 for a win, and I'm losing 70 to 80. How the fuck do we get 65? Tell me. Oh, Ares. I'll just do it again. I want to play more again right now. Our picks are nasty. I almost want to vomit looking at our comp right now. I don't really know how other like MOBAs are handling their rank systems. Like, is this the normal way to go? Personally, I feel like this feels unsatisfying as fuck. Because each win, the higher you go, will just get less and less satisfying. Not to mention the games just get worse, but that's more of like a Smite issue because of the low player base. I'm against Thor here, right? Fuck, man. I guess I'm going Aspect. But at the same time, fuck it. I don't want to play Aspect. Probably a life binder situation this time. Who do I pick at level 5 though? I don't know actually. Actually, into Thor, maybe Ares could be nice. Defi Susano. Into Thor though? I don't know. It's gonna be a tank Thor. I don't know if I favor that matchup for Susano there. Late game, sure, but I think at level 5 I'll probably just go with... Depends on the situation, I guess. Like, Ares could be really good. Assuming he's leveling the chain, but maybe he isn't in support.
Minions have spawned.
Oh yeah, because me. There's another emote you can add. Are you around? Ooh, stuttering. We love that. Always.
On my way!
Retreat!
Oof.
Cannot comprehend us. The pain makes us feel alive.
Definitely a life binder start, otherwise I am just absolutely cooked. Nerf Mori? Oh wait. I honestly do not know what they can do to make Morrigan bad. Like, a god that has the potential to turn into any other god will always be powerful, if used correctly. Like, how is that ever going to be bad?
An enemy has been slain.
Fools fall to rage.
I know I did.
Didn't it just TP here? Okay. Why do I have Ares Transform locked in? Because if I was turning into something at level 5 into this Thor, I was thinking it was gonna be Ares. I'm confident like that.
Okay. Ha-ha! Ally has been slain.
That's just awful.
The rain shall wash them away.
Magic in you.
Your future looks bleak.
Your left tower is under attack.
You cannot comprehend us. Three days ahead in time.
Right tower is under attack.
He can immune the ult with his 3. Yeah, that's fine. I just need the chains. As long as I can hit the chains, I'm good. But at this point, the time has passed. It will probably be Susano or himself that I will turn into this early. I mean, it's probably himself, because he has Sunder as well.
Okay.
Enemy missing.
Your future looks
Under attack.
Be careful left. Enemy missing.
Pity, a mess left uncleaned.
Ultimate is down.
Enemy spotted! Off! Off! Enemy spotted! Enemy spotted! Retreat! Farewell!
3 days ahead in time.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
I got him. Sunder diff. I should probably level my 3 first.
Only fools follow the rain.
Actually. Gotta rely on movement speed alone.
Be careful left.
Your middle tower
Can't believe he caught my one. The buffering on my one kind of cooked me there.
Ahead in time.
Enemy has been slain.
Completed. Attack.
Enemies incoming.
The rain shall wash them away. An enemy has been slain.
Awesome.
Your
That's a problem.
ahead in time.
Enemy ultimate down.
Got left lane. On my way. You cannot comprehend us.
Guess we can't really do much with that.
Ultimate is ready. Enemy spot.
Bro! He got the kill! Morrigan bugs, man! Alright, I'm not... I gave Susano a kill! I was talking about high res! Are you shitting me? Alright, I'm not turning into him anymore if I'm gonna feed him. Fuck that! High res, are you fucking shitting me? You gotta watch Conquering Last Rites? I have no idea what that even is.
Chase the enemy. Rain shall wash them away. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your left tower is under attack. Oh dear.
On my way.
That's just one of those cases where I can't do anything because I'm not aspect.
Move like a jaguar.
It was actually very smart of him to sunder me because yeah, that just means my stealth is useless. And I don't really think my ult was up in time, was it? It's time to turn into Aladdin though. Thor is also full damage. There's no reason for me to not to go for a full damage character into him. I thought he was gonna go tank because he has aspect.
Cannot comprehend us. On my way. Got left lane. On my way.
On my way. Help left lane. Hasta la vista, amigo. That was
Should have used the wishes. I keep forgetting about that.
Your future looks blue.
Okay. I was looking over at chat. Suddenly there was a Pokemon in front of me.
Enemies full. Be careful left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away.
On my way. You cannot comprehend us.
When it rains, it pours. Attack the fire giant.
Your future looks bleak.
Enemy missing.
Enemies full.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Let's settle this.
That's a problem.
All attack on my way.
Just get the poly now.
Ally has been slain. Mordor, like me.
Your future looks bleak. Muck. 3 days ahead in time.
And they do in fact see me.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Only fools fall their aim.
Fabuloso.
Your right tower is under attack.
You cannot comprehend us. Muck.
Your team has
Your
destroyed a
future
middle
looks
enemy
bleak.
tower.
Yeah, I've seen minions get steals on kills as well. Morgan is just so glitchy, bro. I feel like they should... It is pretty late now, I guess, but they should never have added a god like Morgan if they can't make it. There's so many constant issues with this character. Oh, I can't even TP. Like, they've never been able to control the amount of issues this character has had. They shouldn't have made it in the first place then. She's so glitchy.
You move like a giant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, it's more glitchy than ever in Smite 2.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Great melting again.
Come here, Ginny.
Be right back.
Only fools fall their aim.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, he has like a slam dunk?
Cannot comprehend us.
What the fuck? He has a fucking dunk? I didn't know he had like a dunk that did like AoE when he used his ult. I was like, I'm just gonna run around. He does have mystical, I know, it's just... I didn't think it was still following me. Because I took like, what was it, 200 and something damage from his ultimate? Fuck. Oh well. Good to know. I was also looking over at chat. I didn't see Ares come out of the lane. That's just my bad. For being unaware. Stealth is so good. It's definitely situational. I guess I'll go and defend left. Oh, I was hoping he was gonna push. And not have teammates? Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, Cyber's also just giga-fed on this Aladdin. I'm pretty sure that's kind of the only difference, to be honest. You have good teammates for the most part. But a very fed Aladdin running around doing whatever he wants is definitely rough to deal with.
Yes. Okay.
Your future.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oops. That's not where I wanted to run.
Let's settle this.
Played that whole exchange terribly. Just fucking missing everything. Running the wrong way on Aladdin and shit.
Your future looks bleak.
Yes. Thanks.
Enemy missing gold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay. On my way.
You cannot comprehend us. Ultimate is down.
Enemies in left lane.
Group up. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Only fools fall to raid.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
Comprehend us.
On my way. On my way.
Your left tower is under attack.
too many weapons.
Hmm. What do I build? Guess I will get Pen just for Ares. He is kind of really tanky.
You cannot comprehend us. Your future looks bleak.
Enemy missing.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Your right tower is under attack. Destroyed a left enemy tower.
Actually glad I didn't hit that. Schlong. Like stealth, I think is just way more fun when you hit late game stages, but it's really weak in lane into anything that starts like that has any easy AoE. So like a Thor with a mystical mail or like a lash or whatever that you generally will have. Stealth is pretty shit, unfortunately. What? Fuck. That's bad. I'm not planning on getting curses, man. Can I kill the healer in time? No, I cannot. I have to this route, though. Excuse me. Let's go for the shivs. Bullshit, now they're all good.
Odd.
I might just do Morrigan again. Yeah. I don't think I'll do Aspect this time, though. Maybe a tanky Morrigan this time around. Or like a hybrid Morrigan. Yeah, one trick. Yeah. Suppose I gotta stop complaining about Morrigan if I keep picking it myself, but yeah. As expected though, someone did dodge. They didn't want to deal with double Aladdin again, or just one Aladdin. Understandably so, to be honest. Dude, I can't choose. Like 14 max health is really nice. But I do think these two combined is more of a game changer overall. So, damn. A good shop shows up when I don't have enough money. Yeah, skipping bans. I don't know why I was skipping bans, to be honest. There's so much shit to ban. At least gotta get some of them out. But yeah, fair enough. No, it's a bit overkill to heal here. I don't have a lot of stuff to upgrade anymore. I'm running out of cards. Just focus on blocking. Is the adapting Wolfer queue still going? Or did they stop? Oh, they're still in game, okay. It sucks that the queue split. No, wait, it didn't split. They accidentally dodged. Right. I'll just heal here. I mean, I'm sorry I'm gonna be boring, but I'm probably just gonna pick Morrigan again. I feel like playing Morrigan. The thing I always liked... This isn't just like a Morrigan thing, I will say.
Select
I have
your
generally
weapon.
had this... Like, in games, if there's a character that can turn into any character in the game, I naturally gravitate towards that character, because I think it's so cool. Now that I'm playing competitive, but like in a competitive-esque mindset because of ranked and Smite, obviously playing something like Morrigan, she feels really OP. But even in Marvel Rivals, I played Loki because he also turned into. I'm not a Mario apologist. I'm not defending my behavior. All right, I'm not trying to regress my sins here, or to like. I just like this type of character, but they're all really broken. They generally tend to be. I swear, I'm not trying to defend it. even worse though, I think I have to go aspect this game. Otherwise I might just be cooked. Yeah, that's true. Loki, I feel that's a lot of different though, because you have so much more mobility on characters in that game. So, like, Morrigan wouldn't be as huge of a problem if she wasn't so fucking far away when she used the aspect, right? If you could catch her, that would be fine. It's that you just don't know. Like, she could be on the opposite side of the map by now after she used the aspect. That clone is just so fast. They have to nerf the movement speed on that fucking clone or something to make it balanced. Yeah, I mean, I already regret not going aspect or not going stealth. It's just way more fun. But what am I actually against? Oh, it is Merlin. Okay. I guess since I have aspect, I might go for more of a tanky build in this time around. I will still do Lifebinder though. There's still a tanky Morgan game. I might need to anyway because we don't have a strong front line since we went Baron as well for support. Wouldn't use no aspect against the Thanatos. You're not wrong. It's just I'm not choosing it because I think it's better. I'm choosing it because I think it's more fun. I think the stealth is just a lot more fun to use. And aspect is just kind of boring. I like stealthing around. I would play Loki more if he was good in solo. I can tell you that much. Loki was one of my favorites back in Smite 1. Original Loki, I should say. Original Loki I loved. When he had the decoy. He had broken clear, but it was more fun than what he is now to me.
Minions have spawned.
Even the genie was impressed.
Thanks.
I feel like nerfing the aspect wouldn't be that hard. Like surely we just make it so that the aspect doesn't go as far away. But it's insane how hard it is to catch. Because it's like one thing is you barely even know where the fuck it is anymore because it's just that far away. No, I have missed. Come on, stop. It's the ice cream truck, my dog.
Enemy has been slain.
Wow. Thanks, F. Ruined a perfectly normal solo kill there. Unbelievable. Fucking junglers. They think they own the world. I think we might need to help them a left though. What the fuck's happening back there? What? It's dual lane chill, man.
Your future looks bleak.
Easiest extra 100 gold ever. Hell yeah. No. In actuality, I think it's good Aladdin gets the kill.
Ahead in time.
still suck. We ain't hitting shit.
Your future looks bleak.
Enemy ultimate in. La vista, amigo. A magical game.
Do as we say.
Nope. I thought about it. I really did. But he regened so much. Potions continue to be OP.
Be careful. Out of mana. Unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Only fools follow the raven.
Who do I choose to turn into here? I think it's too soon for Aladdin.
We gaze ahead in time. You cannot comprehend us.
I wish for power.
Oh, you move like a oh, you move like a jaguar.
Excited by us.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dude, my decoy disappeared faster than I thought. Is the decoy tied to the longevity? I don't know actually. It just disappeared. I was trying to press it. I am confused. That also did. What is happening in duo?
The enemy team has destroyed
Once again, Nicholas doing his thing. He was the Thor in the last game as well, and my Baron previously again.
Attack. The rain shall wash them away.
I'm still getting the vibe that we can win though, but we'll see.
Only fools follow the raven. Your future looks bleak.
For now, all I'm gonna do is farm.
Okay.
Yeah, 3 space and nothing's probably max out to 2. Makes sense.
Enemy spotted.
We gaze ahead in time.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemies incoming. Your future looks bleak.
Enemies behind us.
Retreat middle lane. Enemy missing left.
Oh, easy wrong.
No to burnt cookies!
Gonna make sure he loses the full wave.
Enemies incoming the right. Enemy missing.
You cannot comprehend us. Only fools follow the rain.
One rock at least.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Ah, no worries.
It's back.
Enemy missing right. Be careful, middle.
Yes.
The thing is, I don't really think Nicholas is that bad of a player, but he definitely seems to end a lot of his games.
Time.
Not really sure why.
Enemies have returned.
You move like a you move like a jaguar.
Damn. I was hoping I could get one more scythe off.
All defend right lane. Cancel that. On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Tragic. Rip my heel.
Your team has destroyed the gold sword.
Your future looks bleak.
Thana is a great transformation for me as well. I'm happy I get to play Thana again.
Time.
Be careful.
Your future looks bleak. 3 days ahead in time. Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll
The
attack left lane.
pyromancer has arrived.
Cannot comprehend us.
I mean, I literally just fucking popped the thing. I just popped the thing, man.
Enemies at the fire tank.
Enemy missing left.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your right tower is under attack.
I'm going to go in Deso here, but actually I think the only piece of protection I might go with is Spirit Rope. I don't really want to go that tanky here. I kind of get the feeling that we're going to need the damage.
Cannot comprehend us.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy middle. Do as you say.
Miscalculated that one.
I want to get a tower's response to
Your
this.
middle tower is under attack.
Your future looks bleak. 3 days ahead in time. You cannot comprehend us. Your future looks bleak. 3 days ahead in time. Only fools follow their aid.
Ally has been slain. Super fabuloso. Oh, river.
This battle will decisive by us.
Fuck, dude. I'm trying to just use my TP before I landed. I think I would have died anyway, but... sad. Now we ult.
The rain shall wash them away.
How can
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Probably time that I swap to Aladdin. Fana is still nice just for the distance though. Like I kinda needed it there. I also changed my mind, guys. I'm not gonna go tanky. Fuck it. Full damage it is.
Okay. One day you'll find a worthy opponent.
Attack the fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Only fools follow their aid.
On my way. They hit like a baby.
Has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a left enemy
You
tower.
cannot comprehend us. Your future looks bleak.
I should have gone poly.
Enemy missing us. Be careful, middle. Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle. Enemy spotted. Only fools follow their aim. Do it never have too many weapons.
This piece of free with my Nuwa. Dude, that game was so bad for the enemy team. I feel bad for them. Our comp was just, you're not allowed to play the game, the comp.
Double kill.
Dude, my duel needs to stop dying. Stop.
Triple kill. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Your middle tower is under attack.
By us. You will never
Okay. I should have just waited in the air until Fana landed, I guess.
Enemies at the gold field.
Worth a shot.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Being blinded by the sun. Let's fix that. Oh, words are pretty tragic this game too.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold Gulag tower.
Enemy has been slain.
Nice. Speeds. Bro, my sensitivity is so wild when I'm spectating. It always gets me.
Is under attack.
I do wish I had a Nuwa right now though, so I could help my team. When my ult's back up in 10 seconds.
only fools follow the raven.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Yes.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Take this jungle buff. Okay.
You cannot comprehend us.
Enemies behind us.
Retreat.
Rain, wash them away. Enemy has been slain. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Oh, very strong.
On my way.
Cheers.
On my way. Completed.
Fabuloso. Thunderbolts of lightning. That's just
Can't really get fire or anything out of this. Oh my god, the stun. I did not see Thanet being up already, bro. I'm inting at this point. What am I doing? Oh no, the Bacchus. The Sav doing Sav things.
Attack the fire giant. Slip away quickly. Be right back.
The pyromancer has arrived.
I think I kind of want to finish up shard first. Or not. Fuck it. I keep saying fuck it.
Only fools follow the rain.
Keep going back on my word. And I think now it is definitely time to just always play Aladdin. No more Thana. I can't get away.
Your future looks bleak. Be
Return
right
to
back.
base. Enemy spotted. Be careful in the jungle. Enemy missing. Attack the fire giant.
Yo, I forgot to buy Poly. Fucking hell, that's what I wanted to buy.
You cannot comprehend it. Your future looks bleak.
Your right tower is under attack.
No. Dude, I turned back into Morgan and I don't think I win against the Uller and I fucked up by missing my one. This is not my game. I'm playing like shit.
From the genie and myself.
I'm just missing all the crucial shit. Why do I have this? Whatever it is. What am I doing? What does Sav main? I mean, he doesn't main anything specific, I think. He's pretty much equally good at every role. He's just someone who's very good at flex. He's got pretty insane flexibility. I've mostly seen him play mid and solo, though. Not as much mid lately. I feel like every time he queues with Nika, he goes solo, and then I'm against him, and then I either get shit on, or I somehow stalemate, and then... yeah. I actually prefer turning into Thana. I should really just be Aladdin, though.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
These days are in time. Only fools follow the rain.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Your future looks bleak.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy.
Your future looks bleak.
Destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Should have used my shit before.
Enemy has been slain.
I've played with stealth so long that it's kind of fucking with my mind. I'm not playing around the decoy at all. Only like a few times during that fight did I do that.
Fools follow the rain.
Cancel that.
No to burnt cookies!
Fire giant. Set up an ambush here. Okay.
I really do wish I had stealth right now.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Your future looks bleak.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your power is overwhelming.
You cannot comprehend this. Only fools follow the raven.
Attack the fire giant.
3 days ahead in time.
Yes!
Be careful. On my way.
Your future looks bleak.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Power them. You have that spark of magic.
Is overwhelming. The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Probably didn't do all. I should have just used the wish. Still don't think I've used my wish this game.
Ahead in time.
Right enemy phoenix. Your team has destroyed a little enemy phoenix.
Your future looks bleak.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix.
Only fools follow.
Oh my god. Oh.
The pain makes us feel alive. Do as we say.
Be careful.
Ow. What the fuck? Dude, I wish I could see what actually did all that damage to me. Was it just Merlin?
Victory.
Yeah, I definitely felt that my playstyle in Morrigan has been so much based around the stealth rather than the decoy that I just fucked up so many times this game. I just positioned myself really badly. Not to mention, I wasn't as aggressive as I could have been because of, actually having the decoy. I started getting more used to it towards the end, but I failed it. Haven't used it in a long fucking time. Memoria Laden, yeah. I played like shit that game though, that's all Yusuf. I was so out of position there a lot of that game, and I kept fucking up my decoy because I'm used to having stealth. That's all you. Toa. Yeah, once they made this god truly bad, it'll be really sad. I mean, surely they don't change him though, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that they're very proud of the character they have created, but they're having a hard time trying to balance him. I don't know how they would balance him, though. Stop. No worries, Seth. Hey, Wolfie. Thank you for the rate. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Okay, you know, I don't want to start that conversation. I don't want to start it. Don't worry, bro. It's not OP. Trust me. Okay.
Select your god.
Well, I'm ADC now, so... Okay. I haven't played Bari in a while. I could do some Bari gameplay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, actually. I feel like Bari. Yeah, Mordred. Ban the Mordred, guys. It's OP. In my last stream, there was also someone who was like, wait, you're going Wukong mid? Why are you going Wukong mid? Yeah, is it right, Mendar? I'm actually surprised that we keep just letting the Aladdin go through, and we're banning Sopik instead. Who have picked Fenris all into Aerie. It's fine. He's against Aerie or Chalk, alright? Surely he won't have to deal with it for a long time. I believe in him. He's got a plan. I have to deal with Hou Yi though. It's probably the one ADC I don't want to deal with. Oh, I didn't realize. You might cook me here. Maybe I just do this. Saved. And I'm just... Oh man, I can't go Aegis. I have to go Beads. I mean, I'm probably still gonna go Warriors. I still think it's the best way to do on Bari. Alright, it's been a while since I played Bari. But She also doesn't take that much skill, so I should be okay. Not that I had set skill in the first place. Hope we get Nesha and Morgan Le Fay. I do hope we get Morgan Le Fay as well. Nesha can wait. I'm not looking forward to that. Even if I might actually play it in solo as well. I think Nesha will be fun. But I think Nesha will destroy in Smite 2. I cannot see a meta where Nesha isn't OP. Nesha just has to be OP as fuck. I think Osiris will be an interesting addition to solo as well.
I know I will.
Not to mention jungle. Our clear is gonna be pretty shit here. Comparatively speaking. I guess I missed a few creeps. How is he level 2? Not really much to do here. It's just kind of Ares controlling the lane at the moment. Bro, go away. Yeah. I gotta sit back. My Capri just isn't looking to fight back here. Like, just fucking grab one of them at any point, please. We have so much poke. I'm missing too many autos though.
I'll attack right lane. Wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He has the power of bug. He's playing Silk Song already. No, I just need Capri to just pluck sometimes so we can just poke. I know that he can obviously if Ares chains him, but Ares keeps trying to chain me. And I can't deal with it just yet. Why don't we pause?
Okay.
My Fenrir is really funny. He once hit the Mordred ban, picked Fenrir, and is now losing to Chunk.
On my way. Allies been slain.
He is actually just trolling now. Oh. Brother, give me level 5. That was the easiest kill of all time.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh well.
I'll attack left lane.
Thanks.
Yes. Worth it. I got the speed buff. Yes. Whatever hardships that I've been through, it was all worth it.
Be right back.
Well, I don't want it back yet though.
You move like a jack. Your left tower is under attack.
I'll attack middle lane.
Nope, can't help him.
Vista, amigo.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
That's just awful. And the rain shall wash them away.
Enemies in right lane.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
This is
Get him, Fenrir. Get him. Oh my god, dude, what am I watching from Fenrir, dude? Just walked in there, missed brutalize on 2 targets right in front of him.
Tower is under attack.
My guy is so confused. And I'm so far behind.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Okay, oh, I'm level 6, bro.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't think anyone really wants to lane into Mordred necessarily, but he is far from OP. Like, I would rather deal with, like, Chuck, I guess. I think anything between, like, Chuck, like, Mordred, Cabrakan, like, they're all kind of in the same vein where they...
enemy spotted. Enemies incoming left. Cancel that.
I'm gonna get ulted.
In right lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
Lane's back.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, there's not really much I can do into this. They just have a competent, like, support. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of it. If my Kepri knew how to play the game correctly, He would stay in duo, and he would actually try to pluck people, but I'm super cooked now. Time to just zone, I guess.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Ares is also the worst fucking thing I could meet. He just chains me and I can't use any of my main damaging abilities.
Your left tower is under attack.
Let's jump this down. Yeah, I just can't play the game with Ares nearby. I get chained, nothing comes out. Fenrir actually got a solo kill on Chocolate. Huge. No double Aladdin, no win. I still think we'll win. I think Sav on a single Aladdin is enough. And I'm Bowery, so I'll be there for late game anyway. Once Ares can't just walk in front of me without taking damage, that's when I'll actually be able to do something. But no, right now I'm okay. This is my point right now. Ares is just playing like how you should play the support role in Smite 2 in the current meta.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'll gladly deal with Hou Yi by himself, but he refuses to fight, and then Ares shows up and I'm dead. You know?
Retreat left lane.
Enemies incoming left.
Enemies incoming.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your left tower.
Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I just gotta try and farm as much as I can. Trying to get there.
Attack! Enemy ultimate down.
Gonna miss my second 3. You know what? If Fenrir dies and he doesn't say GG after, then yeah, it would actually be kind of a letdown. Of course, dude. Hou Yi can't play the game by himself. He needs some help. Oh man, and Finra got the kill. Tragic. No, I think that if we win, it's because they have Ares. Because Ares counters both me and Sap's gods. Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, not to mention Kepri as well.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Your team destroyed a left
This is all a fraction.
If I only had my Blood Forge in time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Time for Crusher. I feel the lack of cooldown. I also have to be more careful of not wasting my ult. I think my ult last fight was pretty bad. I've been ulting for damage a bit too much.
Ally has been slain.
On my way.
Wash them away.
Very commendable.
I say that as I ult for damage once again.
That's just cancel that. Awful.
Enemy missing right. Be careful left.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Oh, the Neath ult.
The cut was unkind.
Dude, they just let him know that we're potentially looking for him.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Were they just on fire?
Defend the fire
On
giant.
my way. Ah, no worries. We can fix this. On my way.
Really trying to get some kills here. Oh, that is his dash.
Enemy has been slain. Hey! Double kill! Triple kill!
Oh well, at least I could bait out something on the outside. Shaman.
Make it rain, my friend. When it rains, it pours. Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Once again, though, I gotta fucking stop ulting for damage every time. I'm just trying to secure my own kills, but Sav keeps yoinking my kills that I work hard for. Well, he doesn't keep doing it. He is absolutely carrying it. But at least the few kills I'm trying to get. I just want the few kills I'm trying to ult for. But no more. Well, there's not like aggressive ults are a bad thing.
Okay, thanks.
But I do think I should use it for defense, because I always die because my ult's down. I end up missing out on that turnaround potential that Bari is so good at. Where is he? I want him.
My light dims briefly. Thanks. Collect your
Huge Capri ult.
Your courage would make a lovely addition.
Damn, my Capri just fucking carried that, man. What a G.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack the gold fury.
I'm prepared.
Protect me.
Abloso. Destroyed the gold fury.
Careful.
Save yourself.
Enemy ultimate.
Bro, just keep running.
free.
Bruh.
Vista, amigo.
No team, no help. Yeah, man. We hate helping this Fenrir. 3 rod. Lol. How people like this make it this high in ranked is an absolute mystery to me. I need to chill for a while while my beats are down. Like, how is he 3,900? I don't get it.
Ultimate is ready.
Okay. On my way.
Okay, enemy ultimate down. You have that spark of magic in you.
Let the prism fall.
I did so much damage, but fuck, dude. Having to use my ult just to try and save one person is terrible.
Recall. Your team has destroyed a right. An enemy has been slain. Into the back.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
At least if we got a Phoenix from Fenrir would have been good. But yeah, I mean, he's just being weird now. I'm gonna wait in base so I can finish this. This Ultima beats again, though. I'm just at such a risk of dying if I don't have beats in this game. Into both Merc and Ares. Not to mention Hu Yi and Chuck. Their comp sucks for me.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids. Your middle tower is under attack.
They're definitely taking their time on this push.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Incoming. Defend.
Protect me.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Banish the shadows.
Ouch.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah, no worries. We can fix this. The rain shall wash them away. Double kill.
On my way.
Enemy has been
The
slain.
Titan.
Got dagger too. Well, I mean, not sure anyone expected anything different.
Attack left lane.
Yes, attack left tower.
I guess we can end.
Enemy Phoenix.
What am I watching over there? What is that?
Pyromancer has arrived. Your
What
right
was that
Phoenix is
flying
under attack.
meteor? Is that a who yield? Surely not. Oh, Fenris did something good? Damn. Clean? How much do I need for this shit? I need so much. Really want Heartseeker for the next fight. But I don't think I have that luxury. Needs that.
Hasta la vista, amigo. Attack the fire giant.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't think we end here, unfortunately. And he's ended.
Coming. On my way. Enemy has been slain.
He's really trying to hold on to my dagger.
Destroyed the fire tower. Attack the gold Fury. On my way.
I want it back too.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Shit. This does mean my beats are down again. Does anyone know? Did they fix Merc insta throwing people? I haven't noticed this game actually, because I keep beating it. But can you still insta throw?
Your team has destroyed the gold Fury.
Wasn't that a feature? I don't know actually. It felt like it just suddenly happened. I assumed it was a bug. Because there's just no counterplay to it. It felt really unfair, but maybe it's just a feature. That's intended. You can cancel the dash, okay? Alright. And I do not have beats for a while, so
That Phoenix is under attack.
I'm gonna dagger this once the Capri goes on.
Be careful.
It did a lot more damage than I thought it would.
Let it fall like all flawed wings. Attack middle lane. Into beauty.
I don't like that Neith split up with me. Kind of want Neith to stay with me.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Because I know he's gonna chase her.
Follow me.
Oh, easy wrong.
Fucking knew it, man. I hate that it split up. Whether it's actually nice for a change, I'm gonna go for a run. Nice, man. Enjoy. I'm glad this is my last game too. I feel like this game is enough smite for today. No Reaver. That's unfortunate. Still think Sav can clean up. I did so much damage though in that fight. I'm a little sad we didn't get anything out of it. Nice. Fenrir cleaning up. Jump him, Fen. Jump him. Oh, he's confused. He can't choose. Oh, dude. His Neith, don't die here. Please. Oh my god, he's gonna die here. What is my guy building? He is full int. He just isn't hitting anything. Dude, no. I'm coming, Neith. I'm on my way. Don't die. Oh, no, dude. I don't want to chase. Merc could just be on the way too. Ah, Merc is in mid now. Could maybe have chased, but... Okay, I mean, if he's sticking around... Somehow kind of knew I was coming. Apparently.
Enemy spotted.
Neith just keeps getting caught by Merc. Yeah, you should be glad you stopped queuing. It's also that, like, the adapting Wolfie queue split, and then me and Sav's queue split, and then we just end up in, like, really weird games overall.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire.
Oh my god.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Middle tower.
It literally takes too long to get my ult off. Bari is just so terrible into their team comp.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
This dying animation. My bad for being in the open though, I should have always looked at Merc for the ult.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your titan is under attack. Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
Oh, I mean Ares low means they probably can't tank. Decent Neith damage.
Your titan is
We're not wasting any abilities on... Yeah. Not a single ability was used on the minions, so... Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. The thing I could have done on my own there was awareness of where Merc was. Because that's the one thing that's gonna kill me, so it is definitely my own fault. Alright. Yeah, I agree, Sev. I think that's gonna be it for me as well, probably. This wasn't really very fun, because it's just too uneven. Like, you can clearly tell that some people are just not meant to be in these matches, and it's... Yeah. Makes it pretty unfun, and just uneven. What did he even build? He has Umbral Link. All the queues left at the same time. I mean, what time is it? Alright, I mean, if we have enough people, queue now. I'll do one last. I'll do one last. Yeah, Sarky, you can invite me if you want. Let's do it. I actually need to check. Did I reach deity? I don't think I did. No, I did not. Oh yeah, we did lose those two as well. Dude, the fact that this one counts for like a full 70 when all that happened was the weird like not support swapping. Trying to climb. I just want to reach deity, man. Then I'm gonna quit. I just want to reach deity, Sav. I want to quit. That's the goal. I mean, that game was all just extra unfun because of the... I think Kepri did fine later on, but he did pretty much nothing in lane. And then he left early, and then I just kind of got camped by Ares, and I was just unable to play the game for the majority of that whole laning phase. I do think anything like below, I think sometimes in 4K it's a bit, it's mixed, right? Because some people maybe don't play that much, or they had a big losing streak or whatever. But if anyone is below 4K and they're in the same game as someone who's above 5K, you feel it. It feels very, very obvious. 5K plus, am I good? Yeah, I would say so. I would argue though, even above 5K, like skill levels vary a lot because you have some people who's been quitting here and there, and then you have some people who's been playing since my 2 came out, and like it's strange overall. It's hard not to be in a game where skill levels differ a lot at the moment. It was really funny, Seth. I mentioned the same thing on stream too. I actually said the one time he's gonna die and doesn't say GG, I'm gonna be sad. He was a fun guy. But I actually would have appreciated if he didn't troll and split push that one time, because that was a huge fight on fire, and I actually think, unironically, if he was there, even just as a meat shield, it would have gone a lot better. But I don't know if midcaster minion still is in the queue, but I'll get the parallel out just in case. Yo, Saf, chill. Don't disrespect my bro, Jimmy Fortnite XD69, alright?
Select your god.
We can't do that. We don't do that here. That's a real name. Oh, shit. Found him in the abyss of NA. I want to meet him now. I don't know what I want to play, though. What does one pick to have fun in this meta? Let's go Poseidon again. I haven't played Poseidon today. I don't think I've ever tried the aspect either, but it's probably an ADC thing, right? Could be interesting to try at some point. I'm pretty happy in my life. I'm getting Silksong soon. That means I can take a break from Smite. I probably won't, though, let's be real. I think Smite should have resets, but I do think it feels like shit in Smite 2 currently because of the various skill levels. Because if you throw every plus 5k below down to 4k, with everyone who was already at 4k, that's going to feel like absolute shit. That's generally the issue. Like, it should have resets, but you know, like there's a pretty big difference from how it was in Smite 1 compared to how it was is in Smite 2 now. Ugh, another Mercury. Another one. Oh, it's Barrow as well. I mean, we have Barrow on Sol. Surely we win this. He always shits on my team when he's against me. Oh, I'm smelling food as well. It's absolutely cooked. I'm so hungry. Sav, how do I not go Aegis here? How? I'm going Aegis. I'm cooked. I'm cooked regardless. You always go Aegis. Yeah, but if I'm against Ares... Well, in this game I'm not, but like... If I was against an Ares, I would have to go Beats, right? That's my worry. I agree that Beats is shit. I just don't want to die for free. No? I regretted going Beats, or not going Beats the last time I met an Ares. Except for the last game we just had. I mean, I'm against Chuck, right? So... One more game just to play Life Binder per side. I like it though, it's fun. What, you want me to play a Chuck and go fucking Mystical Male Sanguine? What, is that better? Also, I'm only going Life Binder because I mean, if I'm not into Chuck, actually, I mean, it could be Chuck support for some reason, but if I'm against something else, I'm down to not do Life Binder. But I feel like I just need it. Otherwise, I don't think I can play the game into Chuck.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's gotta get level 3.
Fabuloso!
Huge. Starkey going big.
Nice job.
Not enough damage.
He's slow. I'm baiting with Vegas. I'm baiting with Vegas.
Man, he's 1 HP.
Help middle lane. Help middle lane. Enemy missing right. Completed. Your middle tower is under attack.
There's a Merc here. No, dude. Merc, why? You're ruining the 1v1, man. I think he wins the 1v1.
Has been slain.
Yep. Just Sarkion, he's Apollo. Doing the ADC things. I mean, this is what I mean, boys. This is exactly the conversation we had earlier today. Build this first item, almost literally no jungler can fucking box you. Have fun. Alright, Sav. Have a nice one. And GG's. Appreciate the duo queue today.
You want to ult me, I'm fine. All level.
I'm coming for Baron as well.
Baron, no ult.
Oh, he's still there.
I need to get out because of Merc ult. Just mesmerize him and let Poseidon kill him. Bro, if you take one time more my red buff, I'm taking a sweet buff.
Man, he has a full level on me.
Your middle tower is under attack. middle tower is under attack. Excellent, excellent. Be careful. It's down my way. Enemies have returned to base.
Chuck back, he could come.
Range in force. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh. Help.
We can get the mid tower.
Sandwich middle is on tower. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Not too bad.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing right.
I'm definitely rotating too much.
Your right tower is under attack.
That kind of sucks. Just don't really have the damage to really turn around any damage there.
Retreat!
Can we get Apollo?
Help left lane. You got thunderstruck. Your right tower is under attack. Orders. In range, wash them away.
I think I'm cooked. Alright, I gotta stop trying to fight him.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold Fury.
Wow, they're just all 1 HP.
The underworld. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's a pretty shit lane. Like, I'm not expecting to win this lane, but I gotta stop trying to fight him. I'm just positioning myself way too aggressively, knowing that this is not a matchup that I'm anywhere near, like,
Tower is under
being able
attack.
to win. It's just chalk with Sanguine. I gotta stop trying to fight.
Enemy spotted. Ultimate is down. Enemy spotted.
Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy. Oh, there is oh, my horrific.
I cooked it.
Tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
And Chuck TP'd after me too. Why did I TP?
Your right tower is under attack.
Man, I should have just gone to make dinner. I'm too hungry to focus. I don't know why Sarky is on the right side right now, though, instead of just going to them in left.
Fabuloso. Triple kill. Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely is one of the most boring things I could have met on this pick.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. When it rains, it pours.
I should have waited.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemies incoming. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Ooh, an ally has been slain. Your left tower has been destroyed. Attack. Out of order.
Oops.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Slightly confused on why we're fighting that. I really didn't want to fight that. And why? I also don't know why Hu Yi is here. Oh, he's 1-9. Dude, I did not realize what was happening in duo. No wonder they want to surrender. You know what? I actually kind of get it. It's already done.
Ally has been slain. Like a fish out of water.
In a way, they wasted dagger at least. They gave the unkillable character dagger.
Enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
Why are you not going on the Baron, bro? What do you want from the Merc?
Oh, very strong. Get in the shotgun. You get it?
Alright, I think
Towers under
that's
attack.
enough smite for today.
Your left tower
We have good players in the team, but I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack. Ally has been slain. Titan is under attack. Fabuloso.
They didn't end. That's so funny. Alright, comeback time, boys.
Don't type, bro. Don't type. Please don't type. Play the game.
No problem, no problem.
Ah, fuck it. Take the Waven back.
Destroy the left enemy tower. The pyro has arrived. Be careful left. Ally has been slain. Hasta la vista, amigo. Enemy has been slain. Retreat!
They're not pushing.
Are we defending fire?
I wish we can, bro. I wish we can. Oh, he is level 15.
Yeah, I guess we just use the time to farm.
He's 1
Did he
HP.
just dash?
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
Jack's down here. Merc as well.
I'm baiting. Which one? I think they tried to end.
Rain shall wash them away.
Kraken is down for 5 seconds.
Just kill the Battlefield. What are you guys doing?
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Kind of working out. But they kind of gave us that. They should have ended.
On my way.
Just go mid. Just go mid. And that was Capra ult. That was Chuck ult. That was Mercury ult. We can ignore the Chuck and go full on the Mercury. Just
Yeah,
dash
he's to
in
the
with
right here.
Apollo and mesmerize him. Hello, Apollo.
That just beats. But yeah, I don't think Sarky can hear us. I think don't think he has comms on.
Yeah, good idea. I have ult in 10 seconds. Come on, they're grouping here.
Good damage.
Free your soul. Has been slain to the others.
Merc's still behind us.
Yeah, I know. He don't have ult. Just go back and go ult. It's just useless to push mid. I have a bomb to secure it.
Pyromancer has arrived.
Same thing again, we're dashing into Mercury and mesmerize him if he comes. Ignore the Chuck.
Destroyed the Gold Fury.
What to do last actually? Maybe a Bloodbound book. Why not? Good Bloodbound book, and then I'll eventually sell my Lifebinder for something else.
I can bait mid if you guys want. Mercury is here.
I'm on my way. Just be careful, we don't have enough vision for this.
Be careful. Baron here too.
On me.
Guys, ignore the chuck.
I'm 1 HP, I can't go back in.
That was a bit close. Triple kill. When it rains, it pours. Tower is under attack. It rains shall wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
I wasn't prepared for it to be leeched to me. Well, nice one. Pretty easy game, right? No? Okay.
It breaks my heart, bro. The whole thing breaks my heart.
Alright. Well, I kinda had fun this game, but I'm not sure my teammates did. Well, Saki probably had fun. But, alright. I think that's enough Smite for now. Dude, they just threw it. They just didn't end. How to go 214? On Hu Yi is it has to be some kind of skill. Yeah. A roller coaster of emotions. Agreed. You played really well though, Sarky. But alright. Thank you guys for watching, I really appreciate it. I think I'll stream tomorrow as well, and then probably take Thursday off when Silksong comes out, but we'll see. I'll see you guys. Bye.